Alrighty, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Hope y'all doing well. Hope y'all had a great weekend. Alrighty, so I'm just starting off the morning with a little short position here. We just saw us make a new higher high and then trade below that candle right there, that candle's previous low. So just a quick scalp to start off the morning since I saw us make a new high of day and then break below the previous candle's low, indicating a nice little engulfing candle there. So I just wanted to do a quick scalp to start off the morning there. No, I did trade a little bit yesterday. So I traded the Nasdaq yesterday and the ES yesterday. I didn't stream it or anything like that. But here's kind of those trades. Oh wait, that's the other account. So the other account is not so important, but the 300K account up 100 on that Nasdaq, up 100 on the ES so far. So just 200 on the day so far. Um, And then on the other account, I went a little bit more aggressive and I'm up about 900 on the other account right now. I'll show you that one real quick. So there's 400 on that ES, and then there's 500 on that NQ. So that's the other account. So the other account is up 900, and then this one's up 200 right now. But that's just a quick recap, and gonna continue trading. I'm interested to see what happens at 7. I hear we have some news coming out. It's like factory orders. I don't think it's going to move the market too much, but I am interested to see what we get there. So I was playing it a little bit cautious till 7 a.m. just because we do have that data coming out. So um, I just wanted to not be in too large of a position size going into that data release in less than 12 minutes now. But good morning, Woodchip. How you doing? 430 potential or 4,030 potential liquidation break, possibly nice. Did you mention there's a trading challenge that you're trying to fulfill? Yeah, so with the 300K account, this one, the goal is to get to this one to 20,000, and the goal is $1,000 in profit per day on this one. And then the other one is just another one I've been messing around on. That one's another challenge account. Since I wanted to get that one funded as well. So just a little bit more aggressive on the other one. The other one's up about 900 on the morning. What do you win? So basically, it's you prove to them you're a profitable trader in this account, and then they fund it. They fund the margin. So and then you get to keep the first $25,000 in profit, and then anything after that, you get to keep 90% of the profit. The reason I'm doing this one is because I noticed a lot of these prop firms are becoming pretty popular nowadays, and it's an interesting way for people to build a trading account with very little capital. So I wanted to give it a try since they were having these huge sales right now. So it was 80% off when I paid for it. So I just wanted to see if it was an effective way to actually build a trading account, and I wanted to do it live and to share it with everybody. Who is it with? It's with Apex Trader Funding. So it's a prop firm. They basically just require you to prove to them that you're a profitable trader, depending on the evaluation you pick. You follow the rules, and if you pass it, then they put up all the margin, and you just have to pay for the challenge and then the data. So, for example, this one is the 300K account. I paid since it was 80% off, it was like $142, and then once I pass it, I'd pay for data, which is they have a lifetime payment one, which is like 250. So in total, it would be like I think 350-ish, and then I would have access to all this margin I could draw down up to $7,500 worth of margin, and then I can obviously withdraw any of the profits that I make. There are certain requirements. I'd highly recommend just reading through their website just to see if it makes sense for you. I know it doesn't make sense for everybody, but I just wanted to see if I could do it live to see if I could build a trading account with a prop firm on YouTube for everybody. It's because they're getting really popular lately, and I see all these people doing it, and I want to see if it's a potential thing to really scale an account with. Yeah, that sounds cool. Yeah, I think it is an interesting thing. I'm excited to see how it works out in the long term. But you have to pay the money to get a paper trading account. Exactly, exactly. So technically, this is their sim basically, and then once I get it to 20K, then it's real money. So you just have to prove to them you're a profitable trader, and then they give you the margin for the real money, and then you go from there. And obviously, if you fail it, you fail it, and you could just end up paying for a sim account, which is unfortunate, not what you want to do. I'm sure, it's an interesting business model on their end. I'm sure they get a lot of people that pay for it and fail it. And um, I'm not trying to hide that fact. I think a lot of people do fail it. And I know it's not for everybody. I just wanted to, see if it's worth it. How do you execute trades on their platform? So currently this one on the left-hand side here is Rhythmic Trader Pro. I'm running this on a Mac right now, but if you're on a PC, you can trade with, what is this? I think it's MetaTrader 4. So they have a much different platform if you're on a PC. And then you could also do like a parallel, so you could run Windows off of a Mac. I'm just not doing that right now. I just kind of wanted to have a simple setup and just look at TradingView and then just execute over here. They also have like a mobile app, but there's a ton of different platforms that they work with on their website. I think it's like 14 different platforms, like some of the really popular ones like Quant Tower, Sierra Charts, Bookmap. All those ones cost money, so I wanted to do one that's free for the trading platform side of things. Oh, and they also give you access to NinjaTrader. I'm currently PC, still have two Macs, but those are all. So yeah, they give you the key for it, so they pay for it, so they'll give you the license key, and then you just put it in, and then they'll give you access to a certain platform. Not all the platforms are free. I just think like a few of them are. But yeah, they'll give you the login key so you can use like NinjaTrader and um, things of that nature. And who knows? It might not go well. You never know. Like this might it might just not be a good fit for me personally. But I want to give it a try, and I want to give it a try live and see how it goes. You'll check it out. Yeah, just see if it's a good fit for you. Just look into all the details and whatever the best decision for you is. I normally used to just trade on like uh, like what was it? TD Ameritrade and Webull. that was my main setups for TD Ameritrade and Webull for the longest time. All right, so what are we seeing here? We made kind of a double bottom here, the same exact lows, pushing up a little bit. We haven't made new highs on the day. Um, I'm just going to pull up the Nasdaq on another chart over here just to see what we're looking with. All right, so the Nasdaq um, didn't have quite a double bottom, but it looks like it's pushing up towards new highs a day. Looks like it's trying to, but like I said, we have news coming out at 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time and 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is going to be in like 2 minutes. So I'm probably just going to be flat until we get that news out. I just don't know what I just don't know what it's going to bring. It's an interesting report. It's like factory orders, so I'm not sure if it's going to cause much movement in the market, but the expectations were interesting when I was looking at it. So I just wanted to make sure that it doesn't end up catching me off guard and I just get blindsided. But so yeah, I'm going to be flat for the next 2 minutes, and then once we get the data out, I'll begin making some more trades then. All right, so we're seeing a little bit more of a push down here. let's see what the data came in at. All right, so it came in at 0.8%. Oh, I'm sorry. U.S. factory orders month over month came in at minus 1.6%. The forecast was minus 1.8%. The previous was 1.8%. So it definitely came in below the previous, but it did come in a little bit better than the forecast. And then let's see here. We have U.S. core durable goods revised coming at 0.8%. The forecast was 0.7. The previous was 0.7. Okay. So it's kind of a slight uptick there. I'm not really seeing any more U.S. related news releases for the rest of the day. So anything else would be a surprise at this point in time. I think that's pretty much all now priced in. Can now begin to look for some more trades. All right, so what I'm seeing here on let's put this guy. All right, basically going to be trying a long position here, see if they'll fill me at 20, or I'm sorry, 4,000 and 64. All right, I just got one at 4,064, so I'm long one on the ES there. Reason for entry, I'm looking at the dollar making new lows, indicating we should see a higher push in the US 500. Just putting a stop loss in at break even here now that we're a little bit above a point above profit. Oh, well, instantly stopped out there. All right. A little bit tight maybe. Maybe I should have done 2 points. One, maybe I should have done the stop loss at 2 points. Um, Woodchip, you asked what indicator are you using to initiate entry? So It's many different things. Kind of just price action on the candlestick formation, but then also I have another monitor up over here, and I'm looking at DXY. So looking at the dollar. So the reason for that entry there was I saw a divergence. Um, Basically, the dollar is making new lows while the US 500 is not. So that indicates to me that we should see a higher push, and now we're starting to see it here a little bit. Yeah, there it's starting to pick up a little bit. All right, maybe I'll give it one more stab, see if we can get another one at 64. Let's see. Try one more stab long. All right, so yeah, now we're really starting to see that push up that I wanted to see a little bit ago. A little unfortunate that the stop loss was so tight. I should have probably waited to see 2 points up in profit before I put the stop loss in. I saw one and a quarter up. So again, the thesis behind the trade was the divergence dollar. All right. Yeah, there goes the rest of the push. So I don't know if I really want to market into this. I feel like I'm kind of chasing it. All right. So, oh, you said cleared. I think you meant cleared 4,066 from 215. Yeah, let's take a little bit of a zoom out. Yeah. The other area I have an eye on is this kind of it's a daily gap fill level still up here. Um, so I'm still thinking we might see a little bit more upside, the more with push, but You know, we do have Jerome Powell going in front of Congress the next 2 days, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some kind of a morning pump to an afternoon dump. Um, it's kind of just what is in the back of my head. No guarantees on there. It's just the only reason is because, we saw this massive pump since last kind of Thursday, Wednesday, all the way to this Monday. And when Jerome Powell is going to be in front of Congress for 2 days straight, I think we might see some people wanting to, put some cash on the sidelines before then. So I think maybe this afternoon at some point we might see a little bit of a sell-off or a pullback of some kind. So just keeping that in the back of my head. But I'd probably hit a short position up here if we hit it because this is a daily gap fill level up here. Breakout trend up, pretty sure. Yeah, at this point in time, it looks that way. The dollar's going down, making new lows. We're seeing new highs on the U.S. 500 and the U.S. 100. $217 was a double top on 15 minutes, would resume the downtrend. Yeah, let me take a look at that 15 minute. All right, so I'm just drawing out that kind of school run strategy. All right, so we're getting a push above those highs. Ideally, I'd like to be longing at the high of this wick here, which would probably be around like 4,066 or 67. Basically, that would be the ideal position because we'd fill this fair value gap. Um, it would be a pretty substantial kind of pullback, just not like massive, but just because it's this kind of nice uptrend here, and it would be pulling back more than 50% of the body of this candle. Um, I'd still be interested in a long, but it's just, it probably is a little less likely. But I'm just going to zoom in here to make it a little bit easier to see everything going on. But yeah, you see how this candle here came all the way down and had that nice wick. That'd be ideal for something like this if we could get it like a nice wick down uh, to long it, but we'll see. Wow, definitely a nice little boost out there. Yeah, I should have I should have kept that stop loss not so tight. So I definitely would have gotten my order filled. I had an exit at the first one was like 69. So nice boost out. All right, just want to zoom in here see if we see anything. All right, so I think we might see some resistance around that um, 77 range. There's a fair value gap there, but then also this guy up here. Still more upside? Yeah, I still think so. I think it could be starting to see some resistance though. So we have a fair value gap that gets filled on about 80 on the hourly. But I think we might see a push all the way up to that, maybe even 90 level, the 84 to 90. Going higher now. Yeah, it really looks that way. I was really hoping that I'd be able to get kind of this fair value up long. Um, but at this point, I'm not sure if I'll get that. It looks like we might just get the boost out. Since I have that buy order set, so if we get down there, I'll get filled. All right, so the U.S. 100s and the Nasdaq is really kind of moving there. Now I had an alert set there because that's basically where I was targeting for uh, the US 500. So the fact that the Nasdaq's already gotten up there, I mean, it's pretty close to a potential short point up there. As a matter of fact, I'm going to hit one short right now just because I think we might see a little small pullback from there. It is a key resistance spot on the Nasdaq, so I'm just going to do a small counter trend trade here. If it doesn't go in the right direction, wouldn't be too surprised. I'd take a small loss there, but that is a key resistance zone on the Nasdaq, so I just want to see if we get a little bit of a rejection. Doesn't appear to be rejecting on the Nasdaq there. Probably gonna have to just stop myself out of this one. Yeah, so I stopped myself out of that one once I saw a break above the high of that candle. I'm actually going to be flipping long. because now I'm seeing this kind of bull flag presentation. So I'm two there. Alrighty, so after I reverse the position there, we're seeing this kind of pullback from those highs. Um, Not like new high days, but the high of this candle, and not ideal, especially since I just reversed that position due to that breaking out of there. It kind of gave me like a bull flag type vibes. Seeing this high candle pull back, break above. Typically with a bull flag structure, you'd want to see a new high a day above this candle. So I'd be targeting maybe like 4,079 or so. Um, that's kind of the thought process behind that, the trade I'm in right now. Obviously experiencing some drawdown. Um, Probably would have to cut the loss if we break below this candle. But still have the sell order placed, targeting new highs a day. Oh, Meta just got a downgrade, but not matter. Oh, but might not matter. Hmm. Well, hopefully that doesn't affect things too poorly. But yeah, um, very unfortunate there seeing that break. So what do we get to? We just still haven't seen new lows from that candle, but that does kind of ruin the structure. Let's see if we break below those now. No, we just tagged that bottom wick there. So just holding on by a thread. You think this is the pullback bounce higher? Yeah, I'm hoping so. I am hoping so. I just Nasdaq is continuing to maintain that kind of presence in that resistance range up there. So it's a good sign. So close for a bounce. Yeah, I'm really still hoping for those new higher days. I'm still looking at the Nasdaq on another chart over here, and it did not make new high days, but it is holding right near the high days. Looks like it's holding a little bit better than the US 500. It's about to go in 1 to 2 minutes, you think? Yeah, I hope so. We're coming into like a new 10-minute candle. Interesting to see. I'm just going to go to the 10-minute chart real quick to see if there's anything new developing. I'm not seeing anything crazy obvious, um, but I am seeing, the fair value gap below 15-minute, 30. All right, so we saw the Nasdaq make a new high day there just now. So hopefully we'll see the US 500 continue to push. US 100 continuing to push to new high of days. Seeing that continued push on the Nasdaq. All right, so just getting filled there at new high days. Um, it's interesting to see how the US 500 is, it's still continuing to push, but we were seeing that lag compared to the Nasdaq. Um, so just getting out there at new high days. Gonna see probably maybe a continued push all the way up to 84. I'm not sure entirely there, but I do like the upside for a little bit. SPY is crossing into. What do we have here on SPY? Oh, okay. All right, so I decided to get short one ES contract at 81. The reason behind that is because we just filled a daily gap on the SPY, so I'm just looking for maybe a few candle pullback here. Um, Nothing major. Oops. Oh. All right, so we've seen SPY get up to 407.35. We filled that daily gap level at 407.28. I got short on the ES at 4,081. You can see that here. That was that daily gap fill level. I then was up like maybe a point and a quarter in profit, put the stop loss break even in, got stopped out break even. Um, it's happened twice today. Um, I think I got to maybe revisit the stop loss strategy a little bit. Maybe once I get 2 points in profit, implement the stop loss break even. Um, it seems like 1.25 points to 1.5 point stop loss tends to get tripped, and then we still get the move in the direction I was hoping for. So I might want to consider just implementing a not as tight of a stop loss strategy. Wait for 2 points in profit, then break even, not 1.25 or 1.5 or something like that. All right, so we've been seeing this pullback from the highs where we saw that daily gap fill level on SPY. Currently, we haven't broken below the low of this nice bullish candle, pushing us up to those new highs a day there. Um, As of right now, it could be kind of setting up to this kind of bull flag, in my opinion, a little bit bullish right here. If we have this two candlestick pullback, not breaking below these lows, we could see a push up to new highs, maybe testing that 4,084 range up there, where we get another daily gap fill level for the US 500 potential. It's kind of what's going to the back of mind there. Now, where would be a potential, validation? If we see a break above this high without, seeing new lows, that'd be nice. So break above this candle's high right here at 4,074.1 without going below the low of this candle at 4,071.1. I'm sorry, the high of this candle was 4,074.1. I hope I said that right. So maybe along at like 75, if that's possible. All right, so I'm going to try a little long there at 75. So it's kind of what I was talking about. So I just want to see that bounce now. If we see a continued sell-off, I just stop out. All right, so it's looking like it's kind of going still a little bit lower there. Broke below the low of this candle, which is not ideal. Um, as I talked about before, we'd want to see that buy up and push to for this candle to be closing above the highs of this candle for kind of that bull flag formation. Just going to zoom in here, make it a little bit easier to look at. So again, the ideal scenario would be closing above the high of this candle. So let's see if we can close at above 4,074.2. That'd be ideal. And now, now that we're getting to 2 points in profit, like I said a little bit ago, I'd start implementing it at 2 points up. So implementing the stop loss break even strategy once 2 points in profit, currently in a free trade. Oh crap. I didn't expect that to come so quick. All right, so I get stopped out there for another break even trade. Okay, well, I'm happy I implemented the 2 point in profit stop loss strategy. Up, I got up to 2.25 points in profit, so like $100 something in profit. Put in the stop loss break even, and then we just got that little yank down to immediately fill me. So it is following the plan that I kind of outlined before getting into it. We wanted to see it close above these highs. It's still possible, the candle's not closed yet, but once I saw 2 points in profit, stop loss break even. I am happy that I implemented that, because before I was doing the 1.25 point stop loss earlier this morning, and How did the school house strategy work out? Yeah, so yeah, that one was the I guess Tom Hugard, he calls it school run strategy, but I didn't implement it. I was basically what you're supposed to be doing is once we break above these highs, supposed to be entering a long position, um, and then kind of just implementing a stop loss strategy there. I ended up kind of just getting distracted with things and just kind of doing some discretionary trading, but I wish I did it. You know, I'm honestly not always doing the school run strategy. It's just something that he recently mentioned, maybe a few weeks back that I heard maybe a month or so now, and I've been really watching it and observing it. I haven't been using it to um, for my own personal all the time. Absolutely, I'd like to study other people's strategies and learn from them. And from what I've seen from the last month, it seems to be working well. But I like to observe somebody else's strategy for a little while before I start using it for myself. Um, and it's definitely something that seems to be effective in a way. It just has to be a good. I have to come up with a good way of stop loss and entry. See, like we did see a break above it here, but I got to study where would I want to maybe stop myself out. How would I look for targets? So I think in the future I definitely want to see how I can utilize it for myself. But right now I've just been kind of observing it mainly. You mentioned it earlier in market. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I did, um, and I kind of want to see how it would play out. But I I personally I don't know if I feel that confident in it yet. Um, but it seems to be performing well. All right, so let's see. Kind of getting bought back up a little bit here. Coming in the final 2 minutes of this 5 minute candle here. We had a new hourly candle just open up and a new uh, 30 minute candle just open up. I'm just gonna see what we have. So we got some pretty interesting fair value gaps getting created on larger time frames. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. So I'm just going to draw them out just a little bit here just to kind of visualize them. So, and then of course there's definitely a lot from the days prior, but that's just from today and the pre-market session. Um, I'd definitely be interested in hitting a short position up here. The reason behind that is it's that daily gap fill level that I talked about before. We had SPY gap down and just never fill that daily gap level. So around this range, I'd definitely like to be getting short. It seems like we're starting to see that push back up. Seems to be like almost like a 3 minute or a three candlestick pullback. If we can close above these highs, that'd be nice and bullish. I might consider getting in a long. Um, Looks interesting to bracket. Yeah, it does, and I think it's something at some point I definitely want to utilize consistently, but at this point in time, I'm just not entirely sure how I can do that effectively. All right, so this is getting a little interesting to me. I wonder, I'm kind of tempted to go long now that we're seeing this kind of um, bottoming formation where we're seeing this candle now make a higher high from the previous one, stopping that kind of short-term downtrend movement. Seeing kind of a bounce off these wicks here, making me wonder if we're going to see a push back up to new highs. Um, it sure looks that way. I think I'm going to take a stab long. I wonder if they'll get me at 77. All right, so we just saw a break above the highs of this candle, which is pretty bullish in my opinion. Had the buy order at 4,077. Once I saw it kind of test this high here, it got down to 4,077 and a quarter, so a tick away from getting filled. Didn't get filled, but we're seeing that push continue. All right, so I just got filled there. Kind of surprising to see a push all the way up to 4,000 and almost 80, and then a pullback to 77. So I am long one now on the ES. Long entry 4,077. Essentially, what I'm seeing here is kind of a support being found at the bottom of this wick range, pushing higher, continuing to make higher highs compared to these candles. Still leaning towards that trend of the day to the upside. We're up almost 0.7%. So interested to see if we'll get a continuation up to maybe this 4,084 level, like 10 points away, to see if we can fill that US 500 daily gap. Stop loss set to break even now that we've hit 2 points in profit. I wonder what it would be like if I back tested all the times I got 2 points in profit and if I just took it instead of just setting a stop loss to break even. Because today I feel like I've been stopped out like 3 times after hitting multiple points in profit. Oh, come on. I'm definitely looking for hoping for new high days, but you know, I definitely will have a stop loss break even once I see over 2 points in profit. It costs money to make money. Yeah, yeah, I feel that. Yeah, maybe stop loss strategy should be kind of loosened all up altogether. But I think it's important to, implement a good stop loss strategy overall. It's just kind of finding one that doesn't kind of restrict you. And I think this one is might be a little restricting on my end at this point. All right. Yep. Stopped out, break even. All right. So stopped out for another break even trade. We saw a pullback, just kind of not even making new lows. Um, Probably should have at least played the new lows. I'm trying to think in hindsight, like what can I do going forward to improve on this stop loss, consistently having getting tripped. And I'm thinking about like, oh, 2 points in profit, but stop loss to break even. I don't know. Is it still not enough? It clearly is showing signs that it might not be enough. I think I just have to implement more wiggle room, but hmm. Yeah. Now I was saying, you see, get that push back up. I mean, I was rereading Trading in the Zone. It talks about consistent traders defining their risk before entering a trade, which makes it easy to move on to the trade. Move, sorry, move on to the next trade. Yeah, I think that really can be the defined risk is usually a stop below the entry. Yeah. So my stop was just one tick above uh, my entry, just to cover the cost basis of in and out after I was in profit. Now, typically, what I do is if I'm right when I enter the trade, uh, I will be willing to let it go in a loss. I don't immediately set a stop loss. It's only once I got 2 points in profit was when I was implementing it. So I completely agree with you that there's got to be a revisit of how it's being implemented. But I am tempted to long. I'm just check out the dollar and the US 500 on another chart here. So the US 100 is consistently making new highs a day. So you don't have emotions after getting stopped down. Yeah, yeah. I think I think the main thing is just I'm trying to identify maybe the best way to implement it going forward, and reflecting isn't maybe the that would not be break even if you move 2 points higher, and that is your stop now. That would not be break even if you move 2 points higher, and that is your stop now. I'm not I'm not fully understanding. I think what you're asking, um, but I definitely want to understand it. Huh. But yeah, it looks like we're seeing that continued push. All right, so we're definitely seeing a push into the new high day. We're continuing. 408.28. I'd like to short on SPY. High day on SPY. SPY is the crystal ball of US 500. You can see the delay, a 1 to 2 minute tell. You think so? I'm gonna. I haven't. I haven't noticed that, but all right. So I'm thinking about trying a long here at 79. just kind of looking for a pullback continuation. Oh, and we got a pretty nice little dump ski there, right on my entry. So it's kind of unfortunate. I was looking for just a pullback to kind of these lows of the wicks and then a continuation on up. Uh, 407.85. It's an unfilled overnight cap from 216. It's there. Yeah, I really think we're going to see SPY go to 408.28, I believe it is, or something like that. It's this daily gap fill level, and it seems like we've just been on this little tear. Yeah, that was a pretty poor entry. Just kind of looking at this in hindsight, I was thinking, this continuation after we get new highs, just a little pullback towards the previous wicks. Um, yeah, this not ideal, not ideal. Yeah, that's a pretty substantial candle now here to the downside, almost 6 points to the downside. Pretty unfortunate about that timing there. Probably just gonna have to stop out, reset, and then get back to it. But just want to see how this kind of closes with 1 minute left. Um, yeah, that support zone down here. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a pullback down there, and I don't really want to hold it for a 10-point pullback, especially when I'm entering at pretty much close to the highs a day. Not a very good entry there. But like I said, just waiting to see how this candle closes out. If we get a little bit of a drawback up. Hmm. Yeah, I'll be bailing if we break below the low of this candle here. I was kind of hoping to see a retracement back up to the low of this candle, reverse there, but we see a break below this. Alrighty, that'll do. All right, so let's see. Oh, okay. So I'm looking at the SPY here, comparing it to the dollar, and there was a little bit of a divergence setting up there. Um, so I missed that. There's a divergence. You could see the dollar at 7:15 Pacific Standard Time was its low, and then at 8:10 it failed to it put in like a higher low there. So that dollar is kind of creating this divergence. So we should definitely see some more downside. I completely missed that. Yeah. All right. So probably I close also. Yeah, that one. You got. Yeah, that one was taking a loss. Entered at 79, out at 74 and a quarter, so almost a 5 point loss there. Not ideal. Not ideal at all. But that divergence on the dollar is interesting. So I'm thinking 4,061 bounce level. Yeah, I really see that. We filled that fair value gap down there. Um, then potentially move higher. I'm just wondering if it's worth getting short down to that level because it is a nice target. Like where would be a good entry to get short on that one? Oh wow, yeah. If you look at the 30 minute, that's pretty bearish. I mean, we see this bearish engulfing candle on the 30 minute. We'll probably see a pullback down to the high of this, which is that 4,061 and a half level we've been kind of mentioning. So, oops. Yeah, exactly. Just gotta have a good win rate and implement a good strategy that's gonna be able to consistently scale. And I think about those all those stops, all those ones that got stopped out on earlier today. Because I mean, there's like three of them where I'd be up 2 points, profit stopped out. So um, interesting to think about. All right, so we got the new 30 minute candle opening up now. Um, Low of here is 69. I'm gonna try short. We're gonna bounce higher, in my opinion. Yeah, potentially. I'm thinking I'm gonna try a short at the low of this wick here. Actually, I'm wondering if we'll get a pull up all the way to here. That'd be ideal. Fill that fair value gap, then dump. Because it is a new 30 minute candle, so we might get a little bit more of a push. It's gonna bounce hard, in my opinion. Yeah. Yeah. What about 15? Casinos have an edge against basically 95% of all the players, and the market players for new trading typically lose all their money 95% of the time, but the market is not really like a casino. Yeah, I agree. 100%. The market is neutral because you decide the rules of when you enter and when to exit. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's all up to you. I mean, this ain't a lottery ticket. They don't tell you when you win. Bounce play climbing, pretty shallow tempo, and the pullback on 30 minute is dead. Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see on this 30 minute how we had this bearish engulfing candle here, and it'd be interesting to get. I'm thinking, where do I want to get short? Because I'm thinking we could definitely see some more of a pullback down. Ideally, I'd want to be getting short at the low this way to see if that fair value gap gets filled. Shorting at the low this week is pretty interesting as well too, since we're kind of testing that zone right now. That was why I was originally thinking short at 4,074 because it was the low this week. But I think the ideal one would be like 3 points higher. So that short would be like 77. I'll put an order and see if we can get short at 77. So yeah, I have that short order resting at 4,077. Want to see if I can get short there, and then if we see a push, getting stopped out probably at like new high day there. So um, like 4 points risk, and then ideally we'd run it down to like 62. So risking four for like 12 ain't bad. All right, so seeing some pretty substantial correction now from the highs. I still had that order to go short at 4,077, which would have been around up here. But it appears that we're having this kind of bear flag formation. Bear flag, kind of just the inverse of that bull flag. So you'd have that downward direction, the correction, making the new lower lows, or swing lows, I'm sorry, and then having about a 2 candlestick bounce, and then continuing on in that direction. So if we were to kind of look for where it would have been an entry, once we broke the low, this candle potentially would have been a good one. So that would have been like a 68.7. Would have been a potential entry, and then you target new lows. So we also have this fair value gap with support at 4,061.5, so that'd be a good potential exit zone as well. Very tempted to go short here. The dollar does appear to be holding. And we're getting that continued push down. I have an order to go short here at 4,073. I'm basically assuming we're going to have a retest of these wicks. No, I really got to keep an eye on the dollar here because it's starting to show signs that it's going to make new lows. Yeah, it looks like it is. I'm going to take that short off at 73 just because this dollar is. So I'm looking at the dollar on another chart here, and that was the reason I kind of got a little spooked because it's like um, right near the lows of day here, and it looks like it's gonna be. I'm just keeping an eye on that though. I still have that short position for this one, but not expecting that to get filled at the moment. 68. Okay, so I'm seeing a divergence on the other way now. And the dollar has made new low of days, while SPY and US 500 are not at low of days, or not at high days, I'm sorry. Dollar is like um, at low of days, and we're not seeing the US 500 at the high of days, which is a divergence. I have orders to go long. I just want to see maybe if we can retest this. So I'm hoping for maybe like a 2 point pullback, get long. Nice reference for divergence. Never thought about it that way. 30-minute chart is gold for trend. Let's let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. I hope they film me. I'm wondering if I should just mark it in. So dollar continues to drop. Really tempted to market into this one. I am. I am. I really just wanted this. hmm hmm So tempting to market in, and I got one. All right. So we got that wick test coming in. Now we want to see the bounce. Exit would definitely be filling this fair value gap to 74. Potential. We could see a potential new high days with this divergence but I want to keep an eye on it. You never know how it plays out. It could be very short term. I'm just gonna take that other buy order off at 73. Now that we're kind of getting that push back up, I have an exit at 77. I'm taking that sell order off. It was 77, but I think it could go a little higher, I think, if this divergence continues to play out, but I don't know. The dollar bounces here. What did we get to earlier? 81. I'm not sure if I'd get it, but that'd be great if we see something like that daily gap get filled. Yeah, this new 30-minute looks good. So I had that original sell order there at 4,077. I would have got filled, but I took it off because I wanted more. So now I'm here looking at it like, okay, would have locked in that profit, but I think we're going to get a little bit more of a push. So um, hopefully we don't see that just go away. That'd be funny though. So many times today I've seen that 2+ points in profit or 2 points ish in profit, and then I set a stop loss to break even, and then it just gets stopped out. I'm hoping this one has a much different outcome. So the dollar is looking like it's bouncing a little bit here, getting a little bit more of a no new lows, no new lows yet on this DXY for the last 10 15 minutes now. So sometimes these divergent plays are really short and quick. Sometimes they can be long and sustained. So I'm hoping that it gets a little bit more of a push out of it. But um, I do want to see more lows on the dollar. All right, so I took the exit there mainly because it was the fair value gap getting filled. So we can see this fair value gap that was right there. So the bottom of that wick, which was 4,070.8. I'm sorry, 4,074.3. And then the high of this wick right now is 4,074.6 as of right now. So now the dollar is still not making new, hasn't made a new low of day since 8:55 Pacific Standard Time. So 16 minutes. Um, you know, it could easily dump, and then we could see higher days and push up to this 4,084 or 5 level. But I think that exit for that fair value gap was going to be the target for one, and that's what I went with. So back to plus like 174 on the day because I still have that other NQ trade. That's 500. No, wrong one. This one. So 100 on that one. So after commissions and fees, up like 174 on this account and up 900 on the other account. Um, I still want to keep going. I'm just going to keep an eye on this dollar situation here. I'd like to hit a short position up here. That's that daily gap fill level that we talked about earlier from a while ago, like early mid-February. Yeah, like mid-February and February 26th. So that 4,084.5 level to 4,090. That could be an interesting grid short opportunity. Keeping an eye on this dollar divergence is going to be another opportunity to see how it plays out. But I'm going to observe for a moment here, see what we get, and look for the next trade. All right, the dollar's starting to have a pullback here now. This could definitely send us to new high days. Yeah, we just broke below the previous 5 minute candle on the dollar, kind of setting up for this bear flag downtrend, two 5 minute candle pullback, and then continuing to push down. Um, Yeah, at this point, again, I think this is continued divergence on the dollar after we had that kind of almost 20 minutes of it starting to recover a little bit. So it'd be interesting to see what would be another potential long, I think, on the US 500. Um, I'm going to look at the 1 minute chart to see if there's any intraday gaps or opportunities of entry. So that would have been, we had that one intraday gap there. That's kind of where I was getting out. So I could have gotten out, but I wasn't. I wanted to keep an eye on it for a little while longer. We didn't see that dollar continue to make a divergence, new lows on the day until around here. So anyway, maybe the bottom of this, where we see this intraday gap. Um, I'm not sure if we'll get a pullback all the way down there, but I'll put an alert on for the 68.3 level. Bottom of this week is interesting. Again, these are where I would want to be getting long for the continuation to new highs a day. If we get a pullback, because this dollar is continuing to dump now. So I'm not sure if we'll get a pullback that big, but if we do, that'd be where would that be? That'd be 4,068. Yeah, that'd be a pretty substantial pullback. I'm not sure if we get all the way down there, but if we do, I'd like it. So I'd take a long, just set one up in case we get some kind of surprise candle down. Um, oh, Megan, you said you on every day? Yeah, I'm on. I'm on from. I try and trade for the morning stream for a little bit, and then yeah, I try and be here every day, Monday through Friday at 6:30 Pacific Standard Time and 9:30 like Eastern. I don't know how long I usually trade for. It usually depends, but I definitely will be pretty active this week since we got Jerome Powell speaking. Cool, you're doing Tick Tick Trader eval. I haven't heard. Oh, so it's another eval one. I haven't done that one yet, but I'm curious about it. I'll look into that one. Tick Tick Trader. So yeah, with this continued push up, I mean, oh, we have another potential long opportunity over here because of that intraday gap. But it seems like with this divergence on the dollar, I think we're clear to keep going to new highs a day. I just want to be trying to get in on a little bit more strategic on a position long. Yeah, 100K Express, $100. Oh, cool. Yeah, let me. I've never. Oh, here it is. Tick Tick Trader. I'm just looking it up on another screen. But Apex was your first. Yeah, I wanted to kind of give Apex a go, and it seemed like it was really competitive on the pricing. And if they're all kind of similar, I figure then kind of the pricing is pretty important. Yeah, Apex is the best with pricing, but uh, uh, Tadic Trader is I think is the next in line for of their 100K plan because I think you can pass in one day and then you can withdraw whenever you want. Oh, that's pretty cool. Wow. Uh, what? But you have to take cash unless you want to do the 40 days and then do the 90-day split. After you hit 3,600 safety net for the 100K account and also have an account for 35. Huh. Wow. I'm gonna have to look into them. That sounds interesting. All right, so we're getting a little bit of a pop here with the dollar. Interesting to see. All right, so now we're pushing below the lows of this previous candle. Usually that's pretty good for like a short-term scalp for a little bit move lower, um, especially with this dollar popping. So I'll give it a go if they'll give me 79. All right, short one there at 79. Basically what I'm looking at here is after this continued option, we've seen this new candle form break below the previous lows. We're also seeing a push on the dollar. The dollar does look a little stronger for a short-term bounce here. So um, we got this fair value gap here. So maybe like 77 just for a quick scalp, you know. So we saw it 4,077 trade, didn't get filled. Alrighty. Um, there we go. So out there after that fair value gap got filled. So just a quick scalp once we saw it kind of break below that low there. Took a little moment there to kind of get out fully out, but just wanted a quick scalp. Again, saw the break of that trend there a little bit, just in the short term. Saw this candle break below the low of this candle, and then simultaneously on another screen, I'm looking at the dollar, and the dollar pushed up pretty hard, kind of forming. If you're looking at DXY on a 5-minute chart, kind of forming um, a little bit of a bull flag there when it had those two candle downtrend with a larger candle then breaking above the previous high. So now overall, I I am liking the idea of a long um, with the overall kind of trend of the market at this point. That was might want to if we get a 2 more points down at this intraday gap level at 4,068.3. We got down to 4,078. So, maybe like around 72-ish, I think it is. All right, so I put a buy order there at 4,072, kind of where I think around this intraday gap would get filled. And overall trend today has been to the upside. So um, again, just kind of keeping that in mind. Just throughout the day, longing on these pullbacks has done well. So I'm just considering that. We also have this intraday gap here that just got created on this 5-minute. So that'd be at 4,073.1. So I'll just set an alert there. Oops. Ideally, we get a push further down, get filled, and then that could be a potential exit. But the dollar is continuing to push. Indicating further downside potential. So we have a new 30-minute candle opening. Just gonna zoom out to take a look at how that's kind of lining up with everything. A new 30-minute candle in less than a minute. Okay, so something to keep in mind that's a little concerning is this dollar. We just made new highs for the new 30-minute. So it does have a lot of momentum with it, and it's been down. I don't know. This divergence is starting to. Hmm. Still planning on trying the long at this intraday gap, but gonna have to keep it tight because the dollar continues to push. That's kind of what I'm thinking. So I would cut the losses. Hmm, actually, that looks like a pretty good long right here. Because typically I'd want to cut the losses right below this low, but that looks like a pretty good long if it was to come down there. Yeah, I'm gonna take that one off for just a moment because it's only really like a 1 minute intraday count. It might get a significant bounce, but like this dollar is pushing. Hmm. So we filled that gap there on that 1 minute chart. Came down a little bit lower, like about a half a point lower. Um, I decided not to take the long there at 72. Um, Mainly because of the dollar, but as of right now, it looks like it might have been, um, potential for a good entry. All right, so I'm long at 71 here. I was kind of the very bottom of that fair value gap. Just looking for a quick scalp. The dollar kind of looks like it might push a little here, so I'm just putting a stop loss break even. I'm looking to see if we can get all the way up here. All right. So stopped out on a break even one there. I wanted to keep that one extra tight, kind of like earlier, just because this dollar looks like it kind of wants to push some more. But we were filling those final fair value gaps there, down to the 1 minute chart. So it's kind of where I was wanting to long, um, which is the high of this candle, 4,067.3, and we have lows here of 4,067.3. So that's where it's kind of getting long. Saw that pop, put the stop loss in, then got stopped out for a basic break-even trade. All right, so we're seeing a pretty substantial pullback here. Been waiting for this one for a while. Want to be getting long at the highs of this wick here, 4,061 abouts. We got down to 4,062, so we got about 2 more points to go from there. So looking for maybe 64, 65, be getting long. Seeing that dollar continue to push. All right, so I'm long one there at 4,065. All right, so the dollar's getting a nice little pop there, continuing to push higher. Um, all right, so that fair value gap now getting filled. We'd like to be seeing a bounce at this point in time. All right, so ended up exiting the trade there. We were seeing how we had that pullback all the way down to around this fair value gap. Went long there, got a few points profit out of it, and now just kind of wanting to take an exit there since we saw a good point on the 1 minute time frame. So just coming up towards these areas, and we have this little gap up there. So we also have a new hourly candle as well coming in, so that's important as well, just to keep an eye on. New hourly candle in like 10 seconds. So we filled this fair value gap, so we can get, so we can get rid of that. And now we have this new fair value gap right here formed, which is interesting. That could be for a potential long opportunity. Maybe for a potential like 5 points up to like the 470 range to fill this for his fair value gap. Let's see on the 1 minute if there's anything that. All right, so potential bear flag forming here. We had this kind of downtrend, then we had two candles of a pullback, and now we're having more of a downtrend. To confirm that, we'd want to see this candle go below and close below this low. So it'd be wanting to see it go below 4,060.3. If we were to see that kind of trend continue for a potential, just a short-term candlestick pattern. You also can see the inverse of that forming on the dollar for a bull flag on the DXY. So if it hasn't been confirmed yet, but it could be forming here. I'm gonna observe for a moment, see how this plays out. When you have a new hourly candle that opens up like that, sometimes you get a little bit of some movement that's not actually the clearest direction. I'm just going to zoom out to a 15-minute chart here to try and get a little bit of a different view of things. All right, so I was just observing for a little while here, seeing how things were going. We've just now had an alert go off. That alert was if we go over to the 15-minute chart, that is the low of the second 15-minute candle of the day. That typically indicates that there's going to be more downside potential um, based off of Tom Haggard's school run strategy. Um, Now, I haven't been fully trading that strategy. I recently came across it and I draw these lines to kind of give me an idea of where it is so I can study it and see how it reacts in the market and live during the day. I do like the idea of that continuation towards the pre-market lows the more I look at this. Um, where would be a good entry in my head? You know, that's what I'm asking myself. If I want to get short at this point after we had this massive move down, where would I want to consider that? And I guess to answer that would be this low. So at 4,057 and a half. So it's 3 points higher. But I would want to do that to see if this fair value gap gets filled. So that'd basically be the new candle coming up to that level. Now we have this 5 minute as well. So that'd be basically the same kind of point here. All right, so there's gonna I'm basically looking to get a long off the previous closing price on Friday. Looking at SPY, that'd be $404.12, I believe. The ES, it should be 4,050. I would add one more down to 4,049 because that would fill a fair value gap down here. Okay, so I decided to get short one ES contract here. What I'm seeing is a divergence. The US dollar continues to kind of push higher there. All right, so what I'm seeing is the dollar is continuing to make local highs. All right, so out of there for a quick scalp. Um, what I was seeing is at 10:55 Pacific Standard Time, if you look at DXY, you'll see that DXY made a new local high while the US 500 was simultaneous doing the same thing. And then over at 11:10, we saw a new local high on DXY, but we did not see a new local low on the dollar, which was indicating a short-term kind of divergence play there, which is why I initiated a short position. And then again, just taking it for a quick scalp there, since it um, did start to go against me there, maybe about 2-3 points in drawdown. But wanted to see, I wanted to hold it as long as that divergence was still at play, and it was. So I'm happy that that ended up playing out. We now have this intraday gap on this 5 minute. So this closed at 4,056.3 and this hides at 4,056.1. So a small intraday gap up here. I'm just going to set an alert. So at this point in time, I'm mainly just on the sidelines in cash observing. I want to see a potential long if we get down here to the previous closing price of Friday. Of course, in between now and then, if I see any divergence plays on the US 500 compared to the US dollar DXY, I'll probably initiate a trade there. But at this point in time, just not anticipating that. So ideally, I'd start initiating my long positions at around this 4,046 and a half. But I wouldn't be surprised if we saw us trade down to the pre-market levels. I do want to see a recovery off of this previous closing price of Friday. The dollar continues to push, which indicates downside pressure for the US 500. Typically, sometimes you get divergences to play out, but Hi there. How's it going? What's up, Trader Me? Just saw you in the comments there. But basically, I'm just patiently waiting on the sidelines right now. I have a buy order to get long at the previous closing price of on Friday, and yeah, I'm basically just waiting for that. No trades at the moment for me. I'm just going to be on the sidelines until we get there. But right now, we're seeing us kind of trade in this range. Um, Between like 4,050 to kind of like 4,055. So I'd like to be getting long around the previous closing price of Friday versus the SPY. That'd be around $404, right around that range. So until then, I'll just be on the sidelines, wait until then. So far on the day, up 400 about on the ES, and that's the other account. The other account said more. And 100 on the NQ for that one. So this 300K account up a little over 500 so far today. Um, just kind of a little summary if you're just joining us here, but it's kind of what I'm looking for. Just sidelines until we get the previous closing price of Friday. If we don't see that, um, I may not make another trade, but I don't know. I highly recommend that you only trade the best setups at the best prices, so I'll be on the sidelines for a little while. Okay, so they're at 11:55. We made new lows a day on the S&P 500, and we did not see new high a day on the dollar. All right, so we just saw a new low of day again on the US 500 while we're not seeing a new high a day on the US dollar. So we're seeing that divergence play out there. Okay, so I just hopped in one little short here at 4,054. All right, so this fair value gap down here has been filled. I'm just waiting for a little bit of a push, so slightly lower to get long here. Looking for SPY to get down to that 404 level about. Should just be about maybe 2 or 3 points lower. All right, so I'm long here one at 4,049. Um, Basically, what I'm looking at here is on SPY. You'll see that it closed on Friday at 4,004, basically. And we're almost to that closing price. We missed it by like a few pennies. So I wanted to get in at 48, but I was just too nervous that it was just gonna pull away. So I decided to kind of just go up one more point and get it at 49. All right, so the daily gap is officially closed in SPY. We saw it trade down to $4,004.10, and then on Friday we closed at $4,000.12. Okay, I'm out there at 51, so just a quick 2 point scalp there. I just submitted an order to get back in. I'm noticing there's a fair value gap that could get filled at $403.94. That would be a new low a day on SPY. I don't know if we're gonna get there or not, but if we do, that'd be like, I think this level, this little gap right here. So I think that'd be like 4,047, maybe 47 and a half. I have an order to buy at 48. So yeah, maybe I should adjust that down to, let's do 47. So if you're looking at SPY, I'd basically be going long SPY at 4,000. I'm sorry, I'd be going long SPY at $403.94. That is the high of the 5 minute candle at 12:50 from Friday. That'd be filling the fair value gap from last Friday. And then I'd be looking for a continued long push. All right, so the buy order is now going to 47. I'm going 47 because there's that final fair value gap right here as well. Okay, this is just an actual gap. And this low was exactly at 4,048. So 3 points below that is exactly that closing price. So if we fill this gap right here, I'm going long. But at this point, there's only like 25 minutes left in the trading day. I'm up, over $600 for the day. I'm going to be pretty content, overall. I don't want to force any trades. So with only 20 minutes left, it had to be exactly what I want. So that's why I decided, if we get 4,045, I'll take a long there. And then where's the stop loss? The low of the pre-market session could be it. That's a little, I'd probably just do the low of this actually. But again, we don't even know if we're going to get that. We could just get a boost out of here, and we got Jerome Powell speaking tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. It wouldn't be too surprising for us to close close with a sell-off, just with a lot of people wanting to be in cash, not knowing what tomorrow has. So we wouldn't be too surprised if we saw that continued sell-off. So that's why I wanted to be really cautious and not give away any of the profits. So that'd be probably my final trade, long at 4,045, and then I think I might be the day might be over after that, just because it's almost 12:40 Pacific Standard Time. You can see down here. All right, so we're coming up into less than 20 seconds to the final 10 minutes of the trading day. It's very interesting to see the final 10 minutes of the trading day. It ends up becoming a almost gap up, gap down situation typically. It can become quite the dry order book, and you can see some pretty nice volatility in the final 10 minutes, so just keep that in mind. Um, Typically, you'll see like a gap up or a gap down right at 12:50. So we still got 5 minutes to go. But now we're also looking at the final 15 minutes of the day. Which is interesting to note that we're trading above those previous highs. I still have that buy order at about 10 points below at 4,045. That'd be basically converting to 4,041. I don't really believe that it's going to get filled at this point in time, but I still have that there because that's the only place where I'd still want to have a trade going into the end of the day. Again, it's that gap that opened up at 4:15 Pacific Standard Time today, so want to be going long at 4,041.3. So mine would be basically at 40,000, 4,041. Sorry, a little bit of a tongue twister there. Now, as we see this push continue, what I want to see is some kind of a gap down if I was to get filled down there, because then it would have a nice reason to run back up. Hey, Tradewalla, how's it going? Good to hear. Good to hear. I'm doing good. I hope you had a good trading day. What were you trading earlier today? All right, so we're now in the final 10 minutes of the trading day. Not much of a gap created on there. Sometimes in the final 10 minutes, there's a nice gap that gets formed since the order book gets pretty slim. So sometimes there's a nice gap there that I'd like. Again, still have that order to get long down here if we get this final gap filled from the intraday down at 4,045. I honestly do not think we're going to see that trade since the trading day is going to end in less than 10 minutes here. But that's kind of the only other trade I'd want to make going into the end of the day. In total, up a little over $600 on this account, up a little over $900 on the other account. So there's the other NQ, and then here's the other NQ, and here's the other ES. So 400 there. So unless I see a pretty substantial move down here, and that might be it for me trading today. And then oh, cool. So I'm new to trading crypto, just finding something good, and saw you live. Give me check it out. Awesome. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll trade here live in the morning session at 6:30 p.m. tomorrow. If you want to come check it out then as well. We also have Jerome Powell live, so I'll be trading through that as well. All right, so we have about 30 seconds here before we go into the last 5 minutes of the trading day. Um, like I said before, the last 5 to 10 minutes, sometimes you see some little intraday gaps that get formed. So just kind of on standby to see if there's anything. Alrighty, so not really any gaps getting formed there. Pretty mellow final 10 minutes. Sometimes, like I mentioned, there'd be some intraday gaps that I like to uh, hopefully make a trade out of at the end of the day there. So since there's nothing there and we only got, 4 minutes left, I think that'll just be wrapping it up. I'm just going to take that buy order off there. So yeah, I'll just cancel everything. Um, I in a summary, up a little over $600 on the day. I'm going to be here tomorrow morning at 6:30 Pacific Standard Time. Hope to see you all there. If you wouldn't mind just liking and subscribing, I'd really appreciate it. And then if you're curious what I'm trading with on the left-hand side over here, this is Apex Trader Funding. You basically just, they're a prop firm and you prove to them if you're a profitable trader, and then they'll put up the margin, and then you get to keep all the profits up to your first 25,000 in withdrawals, and then 90% after that. There is an 80% off sale going on if you're curious. It does end tonight. You don't have to sign up by any means, but if you are curious, that is available. Tomorrow, I think I could still get you like 50% off, but the 80% off does end, I think, the end of tonight. And then this is TradingView. So this is what I use all for my analysis and everything like that. If you're curious what it is, it's linked down below. But I hope you all subscribe, and I hope you all come to the next stream tomorrow morning at 6:30. And I hope you all have a profitable day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.